I think that's it, right? I got it. What's running? And hey, let me hit this button. This one right here. I think that's it, right? Right. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today, PowerShell Freak is resubscribing.
PowerShell_Freak just resubscribed for 50 months.
Thank you very much. Today is January 23rd, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I see a couple of resubs. Thank you so much. I'll be making charity donations on those. I still have to identify the charity. Part of me says at this point, just stick with the American Cancer Society for this month. Thank you so much for the resubscriptions. Really appreciate it. Let me say hello to Napalm. How you doing there? Chris Jones with the resub, 59 months as well. 50 months for PowerShell Freak, 59 for Chris Jones. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. It should know this one. That's right. It is the 76ers Philadelphia 2021, and we didn't get the sound effect because it's not 60%. Give me a second here. Let's do that one more time, and then we'll talk about it. No? Still didn't hit the sound effect. But yeah, we'll talk about that in just a second. How you doing, Chris Jones? Smirking Squiggly, hello, hello. Phil Vesey, how's it going there? So last night, and I'm wearing the 76ers hat today because last night, one of the players, Joel Embiid on the team, big guy, 7 foot something center, amazing player. 70 points. He scored 70 points in one basketball game. Broke the record for the franchise in the top 5, top 6 highest scoring single game performances of all time. Beat a record set by Wilt Chamberlain. Gosh, Wilt played for the team back in the 60s and 70s. Literally a record that stood for 50 years. Just amazing. Wilt Chamberlain also played for the Philadelphia Warriors before they moved to Golden State. And with the Warriors, he scored his legendary 100 points, playing a game in Hershey, Pennsylvania against New York. But I digress. How you doing, friends? It's good to see you. I've been trying to loosen my mind and get into other things, and I've been playing more Overwatch recently, and I've been getting more and more into playing Reinhardt. And I've been thinking, and a couple folks have urged me on Twitter, hey, why don't you do an Overwatch stream? I'm not going to do it now, but I think it's definitely in the cards to consider here. I think absolutely something to be considered for some point in the future. Yeah, Blizzard doesn't make a Reinhardt hat. Yeah, because that'd be cool to go with my Diva hat, and I bounce back and forth between the two characters. No, I don't see a Reinhardt hat. Oh, that's sad. I'm Reinhardt doing Reinhardt things. That's kind of lame. There is a hat on Amazon, and it's kind of lame. Hey there, Dr. Cox. Good to see you. So, I've been really enjoying that. I haven't played Overwatch literally in 4 years. I haven't played Overwatch since before pandemic, and just having a complete blast. Getting in there, where playing Diva felt like you have to be kind of defensive, a defensive tank. I love playing as a tank. Love playing as a tank. You have to be that defensive, just picking off players as they come at you, and then finally when you do get the ultimate takeoff, where Reinhardt, you just have to be a bully and just get in there and swing a hammer and just beat the snot out of people. So it's been a heck of a lot of fun, and I'm learning to play Reinhardt better. I've been finding videos and tips and folks that say, "Well, here's strategy you should do." Like, I know the basics of how to play the character. Like, I'm doing quite well on the mastery courses. So there's obstacle courses you can go through as the character and learn how to use the various skills. I'm good with that. It's the strategy and how to coordinate with a team. And the most difficult thing when working with a team when you're playing as a tank is you got to rely on folks healing you. And if they're not healing you, it doesn't flipping matter. So, how you doing there, Thin Doll? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Let me get some music playing here in the background. I didn't even finish getting the Windows ARM machine set up here, and I want to pivot. We spend a lot of time working on some of the mechanics around the moderation screen, and I'm still not done it. Featured chat is down right now, so I'd like to dive in and get Mastodon and Twitch chat working again in our current Blazor version. Once I have them working, I can start using TagZap as my own featured chat here live on stream. So I think that's I'm going to let that one through, Thindall. I think that's the strategy to go to today. I saw a couple of other folks that have similar apps that are. Well, let me talk about that in a second here. I'm going to get the music playing. You know what? I'm going to go with the EDM playlist today. I feel like EDM because I want a little bit of speed, a little bit of fun here. Yeah, let's start with this song called High Spirits. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Check it out wherever you want there on the internet. It's on Amazon Music, Spotify, Apple Music. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for making this music we're listening to today. I didn't even go over to there's the chat room right there. Hello. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're having a hard time on the Twitch, that's okay. We're also on YouTube. Vice versa. You can kind of find us no matter where you are. Tyndall says the problem with healing is that no one is happy. True. Everybody gets upset. Got to keep the tanks alive, but the rogues go a little crazy if they die because they stood in the middle of a fire-breathing dragon.
_white_rabbit just resubscribed for 18 months.
18 months with us. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation. You know what? Let's call it to the American Cancer Society. I'll find a new one for February. Thank you so much. Yeah, a little borderline. So great to see you. Follow the White Rabbit. Alu the Crow is here. Hello, hello. Yeah, I didn't finish setting up my Windows machine. Yeah, look there's nothing. I need to grab that keyboard. Yeah, there we go. It's doing its thing. We can. We'll be able to make that work. So we spent a lot of time last time just talking about various tech things that are going on. I want to move and write a lot of code today. I want to get into writing a lot of code, and that type of just chatting stream I want to save for specific times and time box it. I let that go on too long last time for how I want to complete and get some of that stuff discussed. Hey, Ryan, good to see you. Someone decides that standing in the Onyxia egg corridor is a good idea. Yeah, and oh my gosh, I can't believe. Yeah, and Thindall, when you're hanging out and you're playing a game with Leroy Jenkins, good night. Nice playing with you. See ya. Good night. You know what? And since we're talking about a little bit of the Blizzard games, I'm going to go with the... let's go with my Gunner Horde glasses today. I love being able to bounce around between these various Gunner glasses. Big thanks. A handful of folks bought some glasses over the last quarter. If you're in the States, you have some FSA dollars left. Gunner glasses you can buy with your flexible spending account. They are covered. They are part of the plan. There we go. All kinds of great styles available out there. And of course, check out the Cupertino glasses. These are the World of Warcraft Horde glasses. You can barely see it, but there's a Horde logo on the side there. Really, really great stuff from our friends at Gunner. There's coupon codes below. If you use the coupon code, I do get a little bit of a kickback. So it supports the channel. It supports Gunner. Big thanks to them. Most importantly to me, I don't care if you use my code, if you use my link. I want you to protect your eyes like I am. Big thanks to them. And I've been talking to them about some other products. Like, if there's one thing that I do a lot with Gunner, it's not so much, I mean, yes, I talk about and I wear the glasses here on stream, but I talk to them about new products, new styles, new things that they could be doing. And they've shown me the next the next 8 pairs of glasses that they're releasing. There's some great, I'll say female presenting, more female shaped glasses that are more intended for the narrower face, and the shape of that more femme face. I mean, big glasses like these, they're more intended for guys. I mean, that's just the way it is. Ladies can wear them, and they do look all right. But when you think about a lady's face, a femme presenting face, a thinner, more shapelier, curvy pair of glasses is something that folks that are femme presenting do want to wear. And there are glasses in that style coming, and I'm happy to see that. And there's a couple glasses in the Blizzard gaming styles coming that I'm very excited to see. So you're in a bit of a pickle with the Gunners you won. You get eye strain without them because of the light. You get eye strain with them because prescription. I wear contacts most of the time with mine, but I do have the prescription ones. You can get prescription lenses for them, yeah. So I do have prescription. Where are my prescription ones? You know what? I put them in the case. So I'll swap out with them in the bathroom between when I'm putting on glasses, contacts, back and forth. But I wore them last week. I was doing stuff with the car, going outside, immediately changed to sunglasses because I have the transition lenses. Really cool stuff. So, Napalm used Cosmos for the first time this week. A lot nicer than Dynamo SDK wise. Amazon has hired a lot of folks that worked in Microsoft's developer division. Of the 4 big tech companies in the Seattle region, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and Amazon, the only one that builds developer tools first as a business service line is Microsoft. The other 3 build tools, cloud services that folks find very popular and really enjoy using, and that's great. More power to you. I hope you do enjoy them. But and they're hiring Microsoft folks away to go work on those products. But to be clear, the folks that work on React and the PHP compiler from Facebook, the folks that work on AWS and their SDKs, the folks at Google that work on Golang and Flutter are all former Microsoft folks. They started with Visual Studio and either the .NET languages and tools or older languages and C++ and whatever. A lot of those folks started at Microsoft. Not all of them. A lot of them, including a lot of the leadership folks. Be aware. Like, whether you believe me or not, the amount of influence on those products from Microsoft Developer Division is astounding. AWS is very much a make money first type of approach. And Amazon is quite clear about it when you look at their financial filings. Amazon does not make money from the store. They make money from the subscription services, and particularly they make money from AWS. How do you get a job at Microsoft? I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know how to read the Farsi. But the question here on YouTube, how do you get a job at Microsoft? You've got to be good at whatever field it is you want to apply and get a job at Microsoft, right? Whether you want to get into marketing, you want to get into a legal field working for Microsoft, you want to get into project management, you want to get into software engineering, you want to do consulting. All of those types of positions are available. Are possible, not necessarily available. Check careers.microsoft.com. Okay. There's the link. When you search there, don't be afraid to apply for things. I applied to Microsoft a bunch of times also and never heard a thing. You need to stand out. Microsoft has 150,000 employees. You need to stand out. You need to be more than just, what's the word I'm looking for? You need to be more than just a senior developer at an organization, okay? Because a senior developer at the local financial company is going to come in as a developer 2 at Microsoft, or even a junior developer, okay? Because they hire the best of the best. Cold applying, and the Restream bot isn't sending data back and forth here. I'm not seeing it sending messages back and forth. 1 second. Let me just double check the Restream config. I don't see it. Where the heck? Yeah, thanks there, Restream. Destinations, yeah. Says it's streaming to both. I don't see. I don't see the settings. Oh, there we go. It moved over here. Yeah, relay mode is turned on. I'm going to turn it off, turn it back on. That should be relaying. We'll see. So, the challenge with Microsoft is you need to find a good spot to land that you can fit into. So, it just takes getting noticed, right? And you're not going to get noticed if you're just senior developer at organization X. But having social media presence, having blog content, having GitHub content that folks can look at is going to get you somewhere. So, your name is let me make sure I pronounce that. Abdulwazia Al-Nawami. Welcome. Abdulwazia. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Good to see you over there on YouTube. Thank you for joining. Napalm hopes in his career someday to get to work on things for developers. Yes, that's something that I found very interesting, is working on developer tools. Hey there, Duct Tape DevOps, welcome. Love the emotes there. Hello, good to see you. Looks like I've got my ARM machine up and running here. Let's bounce over there and take a look at what's going on and so on and so forth. So I'm going to move that keyboard up there, move this keyboard in, because I'm using 2 machines today, right? Let's head over to the code and we'll start talking about what's going on here. There we go. I'm going to jump over to my dev branch, and we're working on a project called TagZap. That's not... Thank you. I'm going to split my terminal. There we go. So we've been migrating this app from Razor Pages to Blazor, and there was a ton of JavaScript in here. And quite frankly, if I had spent more dedicated time migrating this, we would have probably gotten there faster. But I've been stepping away and working on other things and producing the C# in the Cards video series to try and get folks up to speed on C#, right? Open the Microsoft Edge. Right, so I've been building this website and building the content that goes on there. So there are now 6 episodes out there, all talking about various data types that you can access in .NET and C#. Oh, there's an extra quote there. Anyways, so I'm moving on and talking about, I think it's conditionals is the next, the if-then statements and switch statements we're going to be talking about in episode 7, but I need to do an update here because I don't want it to just keep showing episodes. I want to have it do a filter here. I wanted to add a search to this as well, but all the lessons are listed over here. Check it out, csharpinthecards.com. Really appreciate the support we've been getting. Pushing this video series forward. I have about 50 episodes planned, and then we're going to produce a book. We're going to self-publish a book from all the lessons that are in this. Every lesson has a notebook available, a video accompanying it, as well as all kinds of samples. So great stuff in here. Easy to learn, easy to follow, and targeted at folks who aren't necessarily software developers. So check that out. We've really been enjoying building and working on this video series. So csharpinthecards.com. I'll put the link in chat. But there's a playlist. Yeah, 50. Yep, 50. There is a playlist. There you go. On YouTube. You can go watch it directly on YouTube if you don't want to do the actual lessons. You don't want to read the material. Each episode is about 10 minutes long. I think the last one was 12 minutes. I went over by a bit. But intended to be bite-sized. Time zones can be fun. Talked a bit about that. In fact, if you use the time zone demos in the notebook online, if you use it, it doesn't work because it's actually a different name for the time zones. And it doesn't actually report the time zones properly. Running online like that. So, all right. Let's pop open the Visual Studio over here. Talk about TagZap and dive in here. So, yeah, my goal this year is to really get that YouTube channel humming, really get folks tuning in and watching stuff. Getting this basic video series out, I think, is really good, and then we're gonna do a Blazor one after that. So, it's actually been suggested to me that we go back and do Blazor on the Microsoft streams. So we're probably going to get in there as well. So let me see how we're building right now. So, right. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we are running in a folder called TagZap. No, we're in source. All of this code is available. It is online. You can download and check it out. So if I .NET Watch from here, should start up and be running. No, it's not. Oh, shoot. It's not going to. Because I didn't start WSL and I didn't start Docker. Now, one of my colleagues said to use Podman with this on the Windows ARM device. So, there we go. Yep, there it is. There we go. So, Docker's running. Yes, I know. Database. I know. Restart. And we'll dive in, and I want to rewire in the capabilities here. Yeah, I can't control the server that it's on. Nope. Hey, McNets, good to see you. So we are able to log in, and even then, right, there's admin capabilities there I want to customize. The waterfall page does work. Well, at least we think it works. Looks like there's a little bit of CSS to do there. The moderation page, we need some CSS cleanup here for this, and we should be back running. Blocked users page isn't up, but the overlay page we think works. So where I want to go today is I want to... Oh, and it does save the hashtag to watch here. I want to get the Twitch and Mastodon providers running again. And get their providers page back working so that we can get back to showing and displaying some content here, and then go back to moderation. Moderation is like 2 or 3 steps down the line. So that's the pivot that I want to do today. All right. All the source code that we're looking at here, you can find online. It is available on the GitHub repository. So you can see it linked just below. If you're on YouTube, there is a link to it in the description. If you're on Twitch, you can check the GitHub panel just below to find that content. So I'm going to jump back over here. The providers are each broken out and sitting in separate projects, and we kind of load them separately. And actually, I saw a project yesterday that does something similar to this, integrating various chat rooms. And it does it as a Chrome extension. So basically, you open tabs for all the websites that you want to mash together the chat rooms for. And it does that and delivers another tab that has that unified chat room. But that's not exactly what we want to do. That, and I don't want you to have to keep browsers and tabs open. But I think that might be a good strategy for us to get things like Instagram. Right? Like, we could do something with that. So, okay. We have the in-memory messaging service up here. We also have the Postgres messaging service. If I look at the admin, it doesn't actually list where it's getting this data. I know it's getting it out of a Postgres database right now. I do need to put some sort of user interface then on to get that manageable. Okay. Let's get the services back running again for let's start with Mastodon. Mastodon? No. Let's start with Twitch. Yeah. Let's start with Twitch because, I mean, it's going to be real easy for us to test because you're right here versus having to bounce off of a Mastodon provider, Mastodon search, and posting things out there. We got really close to getting Blue Sky working. Like, it's almost there. There's one or two last bits that need to be configured. I forget how we even launched the providers. It's been that long since I've touched that bit of code. Security. Everybody loves security. Signal or notifier, moderation service. Add Postgres services, yeah. Provider configuration. Add singleton for messaging service. There it is, Postgres messaging service. And it's in here that it wakes up and says, oh, let me go add all the things. Adds Azure Safety Moderation. This I want to make configurable. Blue Sky has a really good. Yes, the API is so complicated. There is a NuGet package that we were using for it. Right, look at that. .NET 801. If we look down in the issues here, right, there is Fishy Flip is this provider out here. So this is a NuGet package that you can download and use. It was updated as recently as last week. So, oh yeah, there's a WASM demo? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, connect. Yep, look at all that content coming out. That's great. I need to be able to turn that into something that folks can actually read. Like, not just text. I think I'm csharpfritz.com. Isn't that me? Yeah, there I am. So it does get the, look at that. He has the avatar now. Look at that. Those, I think that's everything that I need in order to complete the Blue Sky provider. So there is some code that I started on that's hanging out here. I haven't touched it since December 13. Take a look if that's something that you're interested in contributing to. I can park that in a Blue Sky branch on the main repository if that's something you want to pull and take a look at there. But samples are out there and they're working on building that package out. So that was Fishy Flip is what that's called, Findall. All right. So I want to get back in here. This needs to be refactored to move somewhere else. Not get content. Here where it starts. And it goes and says start providers, and it reaches into a collection of providers. Right? I think it's in this base that it, yeah, here it initializes. Load configuration providers. So it goes, loads the configurations, and then it discovers, well, what DLL should we start? Fishy Flip is the name of it. So if you look in the tags app repository, there's a pull request and there's an issue that references where the author of that library is building it. So it's right here. Yeah, look at the feature. It's a feature branch, but it's a local feature branch that I'm working on that I haven't that I haven't published. I can publish that to a public branch if you'd like to take over and work on that. Happy to share and pass that on. I'm a month removed from it, and clearly they've moved along a little bit. But yeah, please go ahead. It's public branch. You can see the pull request on the main public repository here. Go ahead and take a look at my pull request, and you can drill into that branch and see exactly where I was working. There you go. Tags app providers Blue Sky. So, and gosh, I'll see you in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Like 2 weeks from Thursday, I'll be in Stockholm. I'm only in Stockholm for 36 hours. But I'll be there at the Svitog conference. So if you can get yourself to Stockholm, I'd love to meet you. But I'm only there on, it's, Thursday the 8th. I land the afternoon of Wednesday the 7th. Like, I land at 3 p.m. Central European time on the 7th. And I speak in the I speak like 24 hours later at the event, and then I fly out the morning of the 9th. Am I 100% sure? Yeah. They moved my session. My session that I was presenting was originally scheduled for like the morning of the 7th. But they moved me to the afternoon of the 8th. So, because of the flights and whatnot, to get me there, I'm only there for a day and a half. So, okay. So, let me dive back in here. This is the original code that we had to get things up and running and whatnot. If I pull, I don't think I have Twitch being brought in here yet. Yeah, so let's just bring over Twitch, right? And it should try to start and fail because it doesn't have any configuration. Do I have a calendar of my upcoming conferences? The only one that I currently have scheduled is Svitog. There's a very far out of date calendar on GitHub. I haven't touched it in years. I need to update that. I could update that. What? Yeah, look at that. From framework to .NET 8. Nice. 9 a.m. first day. Gotta get it done out of the way. So I'm booked. I'm confirmed to go to Svitog. I'm trying to set something up in April in someplace in the Western Hemisphere here, in the Americas. We're confirming and trying to get something locked down there. There's probably 1 or 2 events I'll be at in May, but that's not confirmed yet. The only thing confirmed on the schedule is Svitog. So we shall see. So I brought that reference in. It should. Oh yeah, look at that. That broke it good. My younger daughter, we're taking to Morgantown, West Virginia this weekend to visit West Virginia University. And she just sent me a text message. I want to try eating at Eaton Park. Oh. Oh, it's so fun. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see here. You should not be trying to load those. Can we simplify this? If DLL path contains Microsoft dot, it should have skipped that. It should have tried to skip that. Line 47. Yeah. Why did you try to load that? Let me see if I can clean up this error message. Run it over here. Let the debugger hit. It strikes me how much folks don't appreciate how good the Microsoft debugger is. Like, there are Rust developers that are discovering the Microsoft debugger and going, holy smokes! Because they don't have anything like it. Like, yeah, we're pretty good at this. Hey, give me that DLL path. I'm going to add a quick watch. Right, there's the whole enchilada. No, give me that. Give me that. That's a string. Pin that whole enchilada, right? And now I can. What the heck? Hey, Stelzy.
Just resubscribed for 56 months.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I pinned it and it's gone. Right? Pinned. Poof, gone. All right, fine. I'm just going to add a flat old watch there to it. So that is ASP.NET Security. Right, so that should... No, it's over here. Yep. And that is ASP.NET Security OAuth LinkedIn. That one, it should bail on as well. Yes. I'm going to put a breakpoint there. That is Azure Content Safety, Azure Core. Why does that look so bad rendering there? Dapper, there. It's trying to do load Dapper DLL. That's fine. It's going to look at that and choke. This one is ensure that. Sure. Gravatar, yep. Humanizer, sure. Go ahead, try and load from there. MarkDig, that's fine. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication. Right? Yep. ASP.NET, Microsoft ASP.NET Core, Microsoft. And it should be properly ignoring these. But it didn't. Hot Reload's getting you crazy? Oh. Stelzy, thanks so much. 56 months with us. And I'm going to make another donation. I'm going to donate to the American Cancer Society this month. Thank you so much for that support. There. Data, SQLite, Microsoft. Entity Framework Core. Come on now. Right? So let's just take it off of that and see where it actually falls through. Mono text templating. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Look at that. NPG. So those are .NET Postgres libraries. Poly. Sure. Go ahead. Look at that. PSC. I don't know what PSC is. SQLite. Yeah, sure. I could tell it to ignore where SQLite is in there. No, well, for loading things, I guess. For loading as a provider. There, it's trying to load the Blazor. All right, so, yeah. So these all... Blazor debug proxy. There, it's down into somewhere that it probably shouldn't be. Newtonsoft. Oh, look at this. You're not going to show me all that, are you? Okay, so those are the SQLite DLLs. Yeah. Unable to resolve service for logger of type Twitch chat provider. Yeah, WinUI 3 has been difficult to deal with. The WinUI stuff, they need some help on that. So why didn't it load the logger for Twitch chat provider? Right, let's go back over here. Rerun that and see where the error message that it threw, so that I can get that good hot reload experience. What? How is it driving you crazy there, McNets? Come on. And here. Dependency injection, unable to resolve, logger. Did I not register the logger? No, the logger gets registered. Right? Specifically, it's erroring out. Come on, give me a line number here. Base provider manager 90. Right there. Running hot load and reload in Studio's better. It tells you when it gets into trouble. When I'm working on user interface things, I don't care. Just restart. Yeah, when .NET Watch does stop, yeah, that is annoying. Am I catching the asynchronous exceptions? I don't know. So it's on this line. So it's inside the Twitch provider trying to register services. Logger Factory should just be there. Right, you shouldn't have to request that. It just... It should just give it to you, but... Find me everywhere that I use logger in this project. just in this project. Login, register. I don't care about the pages. No. No. Yeah. It should just generate and pass one out. What if I go back to the Twitch provider over here and I change this to a logger factory? Right, Twitch, chat. Right, I should be able to do that and end up with the same thing. There it is, rebuilding. Doing its thing. And it should error out here saying, oh, I don't have a configuration. Unable to resolve service for type iLogger factory. What? Something's changed behavior. So this loads and identifies, here's all the configuration provider objects. And when it finds one, it creates an instance of it as an iConfigure provider. And then goes through that list of them. And calls register services. And then it should build the service provider and pull them out of there. You're rewriting an app, it's in production, you have a memory leak. So you want to rewrite it from scratch because it has a memory leak. Thank you, Dr. Cox. And we caught it before I actually sneezed. Rewriting because you have a memory leak feels like something you should be able to fight with the performance profiling things in Visual Studio. Let's back up. This is called from in here. That's called from there. That's called from... So this should be starting in the background. Unobserved task exception event. I haven't spent time with that. I'll have to take a look. Thank you, Stelzy. So, okay, this is being created here. This feels like a hornet's nest that I really... That worked. And that worked. So clearly you can get to it. No, we're not in... Let me close some of these other things that we're not working on right now. So we're past in a collection of the services. Wait a sec. It's right there. There's nothing in it. Walter!
Walter just resubscribed for 47 months.
47 months. Thank you so much for that support. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And I'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society. Yeah. That should be an I service provider. Wait a minute. When this calls register services, I can't remember. I can't remember. This one, start Twitch chat. Okay. This is where there's 2 service collections. Back up. Creating a new service collection, and then it's trying to register off of that new service collection that doesn't have any of my other services available. Hey, McNets.
McNets just resubscribed for 7 months. I should learn Blazor.
It's pretty good, yeah. I'm tangled in service collections here. So, one second here. One second. I gotta take this call. Pardon me for just a minute. I need to take this. Be right back. Ah, yes. Nah, she's got a problem at work that I might need to help her deal with. So, it's all good. It's all good. So let me get back over to the code. So ASP.NET applications have dependency injection capabilities, and you have a service collection that you build up, and then it turns into a service provider that is able to actually emit and deliver all the things that you're requesting. Looking inside here, it's creating its own service collection to build out. Hey,
You have
Johan.
just resubscribed for 61 months.
Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. This code is receiving things that are being created and already rendered here inside a service provider, and then it goes and creates and manages its own. See, it creates its own. Hey there, Johnny B. Cat over on YouTube. Hello. So what's weird here is I should also pass in a service provider so that this internal service collection that it's building up. No, even then, no. Because these other things are registering services and they don't have access to the larger provider. I don't want to have two service providers, two dependency injection containers laying around out there. This is a pain in the neck. And I'm doing this, we're doing this reflection to load all the providers. So I've got two providers hanging out there. Do I really need two providers? Right? I don't think I was able to unwind this enough. Yeah, there we go. So in adding services so that it saves to and works with Postgres, it sets up notification capabilities, loggers, appropriate for these two other things, which I'm not entirely a fan of being done there. But this is all within the scope of it creating the messaging service. And here, scope, service provider, get required service. Like these social media providers that it's creating and passing in here. It passes into the base. Is that anything? I don't think it is. Agreed, Xbox. That's what I'm looking at and thinking, wait a sec, we should consolidate this. It doesn't feel right. It feels overcomplicating. The purpose of this was to have it use reflection to load providers from disk. See, so here, the list of providers that come in, no, it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any because they aren't registered yet, because they get registered later on. Right, and even the in-memory... Actually, right, they're not registered here either. It hands off and says, go register them. Right there, it says, go start the providers. I'm going to end up gutting this, aren't I? That's not a thing. But I'm... This also gives me the ability to separate I would have to reference each one of the providers in this project to get them to load. But each one of them does call this register services that takes in the service collection. All right. What if we unwind this a little bit? iService collection is the original state of the DI container before it's been loaded up. What if we go back to over here where we do have the providers referenced, right? Builder services add all of these, right? And we even do this add tags app hosted services. If inside here, if we said services, add tags app providers. Right? Public static iService. That one. Right, then what I could do, where up here, right, I do activator create instance as, because each one of these has a I can get away from using reflection. Close. Close. No, it's not that. It's over here. Yeah, I configure provider. Now it'll add that as a, do I really want to add it? I don't think I want to add it. Hang on. I'm going to create one, and then I want to call register. I want to tell it to go register services. And then it saves it in here. I can reload that. No. I don't even need a string, do I? I could just do this as a list. Is that... Oh, it is a task. Ugh. Which means I can make this now and wait. Get rid of that. That should work. So that will do the registration of them. And this kept a collection of them in this in this providers collection of the actual ones that were created by calling get services after it. And providers is right there. Right, so I'm moving this. I'm moving this to simplify and to get us into only managing one service provider. One service collection. I don't need to do this load configuration providers because now I'm pulling them from the project that has them built. So I'm... I knew you were going to do that to me. Collapse that out. This doesn't feel right either. Like, I appreciate trying to have a base provider that can manage the two different ways that we do these. Yep, there you go. That is the right hat. But I don't think we really need. Where is this used? It's used in a lot of. Oh. Ew. It goes and gets an instance of the. Okay. I'm okay with that coming in here. The notifier. Yeah. Memory cache. What's it doing with the cache? Because that doesn't look like it's being used. Oh, it's in the safety moderation. Whatever. And then this, which never has anything in it. Well, if I'm calling this later, passing that through it'll actually have content there, and then I'm never configuring it. I think I'm okay with that. With the understanding that this is probably going away. Let's just get it running. Yeah, that needs to be awaited. Can I await that? Cool. It's in here. Right, that it's going and saying, here's the messaging service. So I need the providers configured before that. The various social media connections. So this isn't a Postgres thing. So let's move that out. I can put it here. When you want to retrieve a service reference from a scope, that reference goes away when the scope goes away. Yes. Yes. So, right, the hosted service that's a singleton running in the background that's coordinating the messaging flowing in this as a standalone application needs to only get an instance of connecting to the database when it needs it. Get it, performance action, and release. So we were injecting the entity framework connection directly in here and just letting it hang out there. And I could inject the EF factory, but I don't really want the factory. I want a oh no, it is using the context directly. Context. Okay, I could inject the factory. Yes, when the scope is disposed, everything else is disposed. Everything else in that scope is disposed also. Can this be... right, what is it? And the context factory. Right? I forget what that is. Because the EF context factory is lightweight, and when you actually need the context, you can create one quickly. But I'm trying to simplify these interactions here. So by moving things up and calling register earlier, that should actually have content now. Let's put a breakpoint right there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the IDB context factory. That's it. Xbox One Online. Yeah, because then I can just create just the factory, and I'm not carrying around the entire service provider. I'm only resolving the factory. So for a hosted service, that's creating it and have it hanging around in the background. What? Unable to resolve service for iHTTP client factory while attempting to activate. There's an HTTP client that we had to register previously. Hold on here. Add HTTP logging. We moved it. It's like in a resilience thing. It's not there. What? No. Look in... I want to look in solution. Here. Add HTTP client. Right, this does a whole resilience thing. Oh. Okay, we can move that. To here. No. You should know this thing. Why didn't it find it? Yeah, there, I found it. So now it should have the HTTP policies, right? Can we rename this? Because this is like resilience policies. See what we get now. Trying to move that along. Some services are not able to be constructed. iSocial media provider, implementation type Twitch chat provider, unable to resolve HTTP client factory. What's the first exception? It's the same. Okay. This should have resolved and registered HTTP clients. Oh boy. So it gets the configuration, looks for the configuration section. Which, quite frankly, it's not going to find. So what does this do if it is empty? Throws an exception. So if these aren't there, I didn't write this code, and I haven't felt comfortable with it at all. HTTP policies, yeah. So what do we have? Okay. So it's going to add a policy registry. And it adds the retry and circuit breaker configurations. But it never calls add HTTP client. Try that again, see if it hits there. Like, okay, it's clear then. It never gets to add HTTP client. Like, there's your problem right there. But somebody's got to be calling it. Right, so there's the... No. No. So in Blazor, it has one in Mastodon, Twitter. There isn't one for Twitch. Well, we need to register one for Twitch then. Like, that should have never worked because we didn't have one. Right? And this should be client implementation. Yeah, is going to be Twitch chat provider. Client options. Coming out of Twitter config. Show me Twitter configuration. Which does belong to HTTP client options, so it has... Okay. So what about Twitch chat configuration? No. But... Wait a sec. Where is this using... Where is it using a chat client? HTTP client? Do that again. Right, I don't need to know that. Here. HTTP client factory. It doesn't... Right there. But it's asking for the entire factory. It's not... This feels ugly that I'm composing it down in here. I don't like that it's getting the settings like that. And why am I not just getting... Client factory, create client. What happens if I go back to those extensions? What happens if I don't pass client options? Can I call it without that and just say, go get me a new one? Go get me the default client options. No, because you need to provide the base address. Okay. Don't need you. Don't need you. I don't want that. But if I say HTTP client, yeah, but the Twitch configuration doesn't have the HTTP configuration options. So what I'm going to do I'm just gonna, because the client options for this I can hard code, I believe. Because what this is doing is inside the profile repository here, it goes and gets your profile picture. Get profile pic from Twitch. And it has these. Write this information. So I don't really need to pass anything in because it already configures it all here. Right? Like, I could just say new. Right? Actually, I could probably just say new. That might work. Yeah, but the Twitch chat configuration doesn't have the HTTP configuration in it. There, now it's adding the HTTP client. Down through to the messaging service. Oh, I wanted to look. Here we go. And it does have the one social media provider. Twitch chat. There it is. Ta-da! And there's settings under there. It is currently marked as unhealthy, probably because it doesn't have any settings yet. Like, I didn't pass any IDs into it, and I'm not logged in. But if I take a look here on the output window, Azure Content Safety information blocked. Oh, blocked user count. Yeah, that's fine. Ters. Yeah, so I don't have any information about, and I'm tiptoeing up to the line where I want to aspirify the project here and get open telemetry logged in here, because I think we're going to get some really cool metrics and interactions and logs output by these providers that will fill out that Aspire dashboard nicely when we're debugging. And when we get into a production space, load up a Prometheus dashboard and a Grafana set of logs that we're going to be able to manage and handle and give us much, much deeper insight into how this thing is running. So I'm eager to get to that. But I think I'm at a place now where this is initializing much better. I'm going to go off screen for a second so I can... No, I need to do the provider user interface. So it's loading up Twitch chat. There's nothing for it to load up because we don't have any configuration for it yet. So need to start working on the provider's user interface so we can bring back and see that content. Now, the way that the provider's user interface works right now is with a bit of reflection, where it goes and looks at, well, here's the fields in configuration, paint them on the screen. I'd really prefer... I know what the providers are, because you have to reference them to get them loaded into the user interface. I'd rather hard code the provider's user interface at this point. How it collects the data and ships it off is another story, but putting the provider's configuration user interface into the Blazor UI, I think is legit, is an okay way to do that. And then make that page know how to fetch and interact with those models to the configuration service. So, did I stop? Yeah, that service is stopped. So here, restart the website, and I'm going to start building in the user interface so that we can configure Twitch and output information. Because the current statistics and logging and state reported in the user interface, not great, but it's serviceable. So if I... Now, our friend Mads Christensen tells me that I can open a filtered version of... open another Solution Explorer. No, I don't want pending changes. What do I have? Yeah. No. I don't know how to do it. Don't care. Moving on. I need to get stuff done. So in the admin area, I had, there it is, providers. Right, and you'll see there's a huge block of reflection in here, so it figures out what the provider ID is and builds it out. Ugh. And it outputs some health status information. Here's what I'm going to do. Right, it's actually... It's actually looking at each one of these social media providers, which I feel like when we get distributed is not going to be the way we want to go. You want to listen without the music? You want me to turn off music? And just go like that. You like it quiet? It's so quiet. Nobody knows what's going on. Fritz turned off the music. What is that? What? We're gonna paint a happy little tree here in the corner. Twitch isn't the one putting the music on, that's me. What do you think? I'll go for a little bit here with no music and see what you think. But this reaches in and touches the individual providers, where in the future I feel like there's a provider status object that will actually pass, because we don't want to touch the actual running provider may not be in this process. It might be somewhere else. For now, though, I think we're okay just doing that. But this page was called providers, and it was in the admin area. So if I go back up here, and I really don't like how it's components pages. That feels weird. Components admin pages. And I'll create a page in here. Providers .resor, right? And to take some of this, right? Do something like that. Ta-da. Right? It's not at page. Yes, it is. Yeah, admin providers like that. Right? And we're going to want to inject. What the heck is that? That's better. No. Go back over to providers. Show me the model, because it injects IEnumerable providers, but it actually pulls them out of the iMessaging service. So let's inject the iMessaging service. Yeah, like that. Hey, yeah. It's not get providers. And this should be social media provider. Yeah. But why doesn't it like that? Oh. Okay. Social media providers? Let's just call it that. So if I do something like that, and then this just becomes like this, and I don't really need no weight. So I've got those sitting out there. Right-click the solution node and add new solution view. Is that? Add? No. Save as solution filter. Add new solution view. I don't. Ah, there you go. New solution explorer view. Hey, there we go. So if I dock that here, right? So I could have two solution explorers stacked like that. I could scroll this one down to where the web is, right? And there's providers that I'm working on down there. This one up here is where I'm working here. Okay. That works. Thank you. Learned something new today. Yeah, that. So I was talking to our friend Brady Gaster yesterday about upgrading and replacing the bot with some more appropriate, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Artificial intelligence capabilities. And I've got some discussions to have that I think are going to lead us in a very cool space to be able to build and upgrade that so that it learns and knows a bit more about me and what I'm doing and how to better answer some of those things. Um, oh. Okay. Continuing. So it's going to have a collection of the providers. The way that the page used to work, for each provider, order by display name, yeah, whatever. Get the health and all that information. So what I should be able to do, yeah, see, they're not like frozen on what they've been, mm, mm, but it allocates a div so that it does an accordion view of them all. Is there some JavaScript or something on this page that is activating that? No, so that accordion is coming out of CSS somewhere. It's creating an accordion for each. Accordion header. That feels weird. Not gonna lie. Every day is a school day. I agree. All right, so does Blazor have dynamic components? Waheb, hello, welcome. I don't think Blazor has dynamic components where it resolves a component based on a type. Love seeing the viewership, gosh, going on over there on the C# on the cards videos. Folks are watching that, I see. Right, I want to put basically a switch in here that says generate this type of component if this type of provider was identified. I'm familiar with Steve's specification models. They're intriguing to say the least. Hey, Space Cat, hello. Good to see you. So, and it loads of the view model here. We can do dynamic components, dynamically rendered ASP.NET Core Razor components. Dynamic component type parameters. Okay. So what's the type that we're passing in there? I mean, so reading that, I feel like we're trying something here with a little bit of silence, no music in the background. So maybe then I could do something like this. For each provider in social media providers, and then I could do, right, dynamic component. Hey, type equals, and then could, right, maybe I could say something like, hang on. Am I in C sharp? Right, maybe I could write a little bit of code to generate a specified type name and go fetch it. Right? Like, what if I have here, no, let's return a type. Get provider UI type. Hey, type get interfaces first or default. No. Interesting, but no. We know it's going to be tags-app.blazor.client, right? And type of is right, takes a string. Right? Or do we want to do like do I have to do an assembly? Yes, he was on .NET Live yesterday. Yes. Shoot. Well, I know inside the client, I know over here I have things like waterfall razor. So can I do like, right? Does it know? It does. So now I'm in that. Ooh, I like that. Let's not call it UI. Let's call it type name dot config.ui. What do you think of that? So now I can put all that configuration information inside the client UI. And then load it directly from over there. Then I need a service that's going to send that back and forth. No, I don't need a service. It's passing in the parameters. Okay. So the type that we're going to pass in here is going to be get provider UI type. Right. So we can do something like this. Right. Provider. Oh, why don't you like that? To a type. It is a type. Okay. And parameters. Pass in the provider. Right. Parameters it wants to be a dictionary string object. Hey, second thread. What's cool? Give me some context. I want to have a conversation with you, you know? I need to get a dictionary of the parameters that we want to pass. So, hey there.
Alrisk just resubscribed for 6 months.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much. I don't want to have to update all of these. Thank you so much, Alrisk. 6 months with us, and I'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much for that support. No argument given for what? All right. So I need to figure out what the parameters. That type would need to live in a Razor component library. Yes, it would. So we need to get the parameters as a dictionary string object get parameters. Let's make this an async task. Get parameters from configuration social media provider. Yep. Oh, you're so eager to do this, Copilot. Come on. What do we got? Get the configuration. Good. Parameters is new dictionary. Yeah. For each property on the configuration, add it, return it. That sure looks good. That's Copilot generating that content for us. So I should be able to then just call this, right? So let's put some space in here. Parameters equals, come on now. Right, and I called it what? Get parameters from configuration. Yeah. And no. Why you do this? We need to await that. Fine. No, you won't. Are you kidding me? Can I just do that? No? Shoot, because Blazor's async by default. I'm gonna have to. Right, and then drop that. So config is a task. I need to. Oh gosh. Nobody likes that, but hey, whatever. And then that works. Okay. Might work. I still need to create my first one of these where it's going to be looking for Twitch config, right? Twitch chat.config.ui in where? In here. So, darn it! Inside components. So let's add a Razor component. Right. Twitch chat. Did I call it config UI? Is that what I called it? I don't remember. Twitch chat.config.ui. Yeah. Okay. So let's just leave that the way it is and see what happens. Yes, rebuild. It's this user interface is zoomed, and I have the Solution Explorer open. So, and by putting it in the client library, right, it will be available for, yeah, there it is. So if I go admin, it will be available on the WebAssembly download, but there's nothing in it. Right? That didn't go anywhere. Why isn't it going anywhere? Why you do this? Is it hanging on that await? I bet it is. I bet it is. Right, this thing right here. I bet it's unhappy on that. So that's going to be off of, right over here, and there's a get configuration right there that does an await get configuration by ID. Yeah. No. When I get the configuration in one of the async lifetime methods, I mean, I could go get all the configurations and stash them. Then I don't. Right. So, oh, this is going to be a treat. Watch this. I'm going to have a dictionary of string of type dictionary of type string of type object. Oh, look at that. Social media configuration get set, and it's new. Yeah, look at that. So then here I could do a for each provider in social media provider, and social media configuration add. Yeah, look at that. But get providers from configuration. We want that to be an async task like that. So we don't need these. And we can just await. So that's going to clean up in just a second, but this can be await. Ta-da! So now I can say at social media configuration provider ID. Rebuilding. Here we go. Get them all earlier and then use them later. Yeah. I think you're right, Dr. Cox. So, how are you? I saw our friend Space Cat drop in. How are you today? Ugh, well, that didn't work. The given key Twitch was not present in the dictionary. Feels bad, man. What did we do there? It should have done it right there. Okay. If wow, no. If social media configuration, yeah, there it was. That was it. Come on, man. There we go. If we don't have it, keep going. Here we go. No! Still doesn't like it. Dynamic component requires a non-null value for the parameter type. So you're telling me it doesn't know what that is. But I just created it. I didn't spell it right. It should be .ui.razor. Rebuild. Go, 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 go. Gotta name it right. Like we set up a standard and it's gotta be a thing in there. No. Dynamic component requires non-null value for the parameter type. Well, what value did you get? Like, oh, what type is that it's looking for? I bet it's the full name. Right? Let's write this out. Type sought. I mean, I could do a thing. I could debug into this, right? But I don't really want to. Do that. One of these. Get rid of that. On init is too late. It didn't restart. Come on now. Come on now. Start it. Yeah. Tell me what you were looking for. Twitch chat provider.config.ui. I can do that. Actually, let's do this. This way, it removes the word provider. Twitch chat config UI, and says that it couldn't find it. Twitch chat .config.ui. Why you do this? The type should be available. Like, the type it's searching for. So let's. I have a feeling I'm just referencing the wrong name. Yeah, it's the type field. It's for the parameter type. It doesn't have the right type that we're passing through here. So what I'm going to do... Oh, darn it. Yes. Here we go. Back over to admin, providers. Here we go. I'm going to use ye old immediate window. Yeah. Show me all the types that are inside there. lots and lots of what? Okay. Like, the types that it's finding are wrong. Right, so there's the list of all the types. Yeah, do that. Show me what it finds. No, I didn't. I don't need that for... Just run .NET Watch again. Let it hit. So, UI type I'm okay with, I think. Let's see what pops up. Because it'll report to me, here's the type I'm searching for, here's the types that I found. Right, so admin, providers, and right there's the error. The parameter type, it doesn't know what to load. But, so, because I put the dots in the name, it converted them to underscores. The plot thickens. So if we change these to underscore, still errors out. But there it is, Twitch chat config UI. Let's too far. Right? So if I do this like this, and one of these, like that. Oh, I didn't actually do the replace over here. You're right. You're right. I see what you're referencing. So if I put that there, I've got too many dots. Where'd it go? Yeah. Underscore config underscore UI. Now it should go find it. Yes, please restart my app. You were right, DGen1. Yes. That's what I get for copying magic strings instead of just turning it into a variable. Object of type, Twitch chat config UI, does not have a property matching the name client ID. What? The parameters that it's trying to assign. Ah, okay. Okay. So it went to get configuration, right? Ooh, this is good. This is good. Right, so inside of Twitch chat configuration, it actually returned all of these as properties. Yes. Yeah. So I need to put these as properties. On the user interface. So I'm going to cheat and just copy. That. Let's have it do a get where there's a set. Because if it's just a property, if it's just a read-only property, there's no reason to get that. So here, right? So if we say get properties, right? I can do a little inspection here, and I can say, well, what binding attributes? So I want binding flags that have a set field. And that have a binding flags of instance. And I want what do we got? Did I drop? I dropped a paren there. So, okay. But now I should be able to come back over to chat configuration and those things that do have, right, that are settable. I thought I did. I'm on the properties. Sure. I still need to copy in, right, the properties that I want it to look at. So I think that's them. Because these other things are methods. Yeah. So now if I go here, we don't care about those decorations. Oh, I didn't put parameter on them. Okay. Yes, do that. That's right. Very good. Can you do that again for me? Thank you. How about one more time? Way to go there, Copilot. Thank you. I feel good. I like that. Thank you. Copilot to the rescue instead of me having to type. What do we got here? No writer was cached for the property client ID. What? What do you mean no writer? Rebuild. Building. Starting. Does not have a property matching name. That's not readable. Like, that's not settable. Can we get rid of... Right, can we simplify these? No. Give me... No. I think I did want set field. I think I did. Copilot has generated a lot of nice code to kind of get things typed and written automatically here. No, it's still looking for name, even though it's a read-only property. Fine. I'm gonna suggest name. It's probably gonna want description also. Oh, I didn't have enabled there either. It's gonna want keys. Thank you. Do it again. Now, sure. What are we missing? Yeah, this no writer cache thing. Restart it. How's it going there, Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson. What do we like? Yeah, it wants keys. Oh, man. I don't want it to pick those up. Like, I mean, I could create a thing that says exclude if it's in this collection. You know? But these are enabled. Yeah, I need that one. But name, description, and keys. I mean, I could say exclude those, right? Name, description, and keys, right? Because the name, the description. Yeah, let's get rid of those. Over here. Private, static. Let's make this a string. No, a string array. We'll call these exclude properties. And then I should be able to say name, description, keys. Right, and I'm using collection literal there. That's a C#12 feature where I don't need to declare that it's an array or anything. It's just there, and it just picks up and it references that. So I can say, get those properties, right? And I should be able to say except and I say p dot it's going to be except by, right? And it's going to take in a property info. Wait, what? Okay, it takes in a collection, which is going to be exclude properties. And then we're going to convert it from property info into that type. So we'll do this, p dot name. And that should exclude those couple of fields, except it doesn't. Unable to set property name. Rebuild. So, what's this? Ooh, that looks good. Yeah. All right. Now we can actually put stuff on the screen, and I can. Yeah, you're older. There it is. So I can put stuff on the screen and format it appropriately just for Twitch. And because I have those properties inside the configuration, I can make them a thing. right? And yeah, I can bind directly to those parameters, which should escalate and push it back up. Let me see here. Let's do right. Let's right. Shoot. What is it with a? What is it to do the form fields? Do I ever use a separate file for the Blazor component code? Oh yeah, I do. Absolutely. I'm doing that in one or two places up here. No, not in the account stuff. Here you go, manage roles. There's so much user interface here. And I actually have a bit of C# in there. But, oh, that's the CSS. Hang on. That's the CSS for that. CSS for that one. Oh, there it is. The first start configuration has a lot going on here. And I broke out the form validation and configuration into a separate C# file so that it handles it there. It's a little bit easier to read and go through. And that's strictly a how do you as a human want to be able to read that code? I thought, what is it? Do I want to do an edit form? No. Yes? Yes. I could do this as an edit form, right? Maybe don't really have a model. But I do want to do validation. All right, what if I just do, let's be cheeky here. Create a form to edit the parameters. Come on, Copilot. Create fields to edit the parameters. No. Rats. So what if I do something like this? And I can do that. I could bind right like that. Placeholder right placeholder, I thought. Isn't that the watermark? Twitch client ID. Actually, I don't want it on the DT. I could do that really as a label for, right? Now do it as a DD. Name equals client ID, like that. Rebuilding. Let's see if we get it. I tried to get it to generate by just doing the trick with commented out code, but okay. It's not putting it next to each other. Oh, back over here. Let's get rid of some of those console write lines. Part of me waits to write an extension for console write line that takes that only runs in debug state. You know? Okay. So instead of writing right, we could just write Twitch chat. Oh, and there was a health status that we want to pass into this also, so that we get more than just right. So we also there's if we look at down here, there is a social media status and health block that's passed in as well. That's a tuple, social media status and string. Here. So if I do this, no. Await get health. Right. Then I can do parameters, add and health. But that is a tuple of type social media status and string. Here. Public social media status string message. Yeah, there you go. And then I can say health status. Didn't like it. Needs a rebuild. Debug write line. If you use debug write line, it writes it into the debugger console. It doesn't write it into the console. It won't write it out here to the console output. So unhealthy. Oh no. Yeah, it's unhealthy. Let's put a little CSS to go with this. Right. So this is Twitch chat, config, UI, Blazor, CSS. Does it float left? Is that the thing with that? You need to rebuild to get that. You agree, Twitch chat is usually unhealthy. I work hard to keep our folks here hanging out in Twitch chat in a good place, a good mindset, and there we go. Margin left 2EM. To try and keep things a little bit friendly and stuff. That didn't work. No, you know what? No. It's because it doesn't hot reload and do that. You try to keep your trolling to an adult level. That's right. All trolling should stay adult. That didn't work. Oh, because it's in the DD. That should be margin right then. Darn it. Come here. Yeah, hot reload succeeded. No. No. Didn't find it. Well, I mean, it found it, but it didn't paint it nicely. That's right. Have fun. Don't be offensive. Stay moderately annoying, but not over the limits.
What'd you do?
You know, I could probably... Yeah, let's leave it like that for right now. And the... Sure. That's fine, I guess. So the original providers page, put all the providers into an accordion with an accordion item, wrapping it. So if I go back over here and go back into there, right, and put them up there with one of those and one of these, format it nicely, save it. No. I mean, right, I guess I could say, I don't have display name here. No. I know what the display name is. Yeah, see, it put a nice little border around the thing. Until we get more in there, it's like, well, it's the only one. Actually, wait a minute. Right? Wasn't there like an accordion header thing? Accordion header. There it is. With a button and all that stuff. Sure. I feel like this should be a component. You know? Twitch chat. Yeah, there we go. Twitch chat, something like that. Where's that? The ID. Oh, that. Look at that. There's the div with the actual content. Has that stuff. Which means I get rid of this. Put this stuff. Which means I need another closing div. No. Div. But it doesn't know what this stuff is. Twitch chat. Yeah, this feels very right. This feels very much like a templated control. Friends, do you remember how to build templated controls with Blazor? Yeah, this is going to be good. Let's build a templated control. Right? So if I call this well, hello. Ubu Linux. Welcome. How you doing there? I'm not on Linux today, but I am on an ARM device. So that's something, right? Yeah, go ahead and move the whole enchilada up there. That's fine. And I'll add. I do like to code on Linux a bit, but today we're on Windows. We're on a Windows-based ARM device. How are you, Ubu Linux? Welcome. So I'm going to call this UI provider config Blazor. Sandwich, welcome. How you doing there? Hello. Good to see you there hanging out in chat. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna right. So Blazor has this concept of templated controls, templated components, and I'm gonna take this standard look and feel that we're supposed to have if I'm gonna emulate that content, and I'm gonna drop it right into this UI provider. And here I'll put this as something I'll call provider name. I love this. I love being able to do this with Blazor. Friends, this is what you get when you have a proper component library like this. Look at that. So now I can just change that to @provider name. Yeah, sure. Provider name, that works. I need to figure that out, and the health message. So let's pass the health in here. Sure. Parameter, right? I'm gonna make this that tuple again. So you had it. No. Yes. Look at that. Copilot coming right through there. So health, and is it? Yeah, message. That's right. I still need to put something together called get class for health. Can you generate that for me? No. Public string get class for health. Suggest something, Copilot. Go for it. Go for it. No. Return a CSS class for appropriate. Yeah. That's not going to work. No. Return status switch. No. There it was. That might work. Just start with that. This is this doesn't go here. What does go here? Haha. Oh, I love this part. Public render fragment, child content. Thank you. So now I can just say child content. And over here, oh, look at this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, I love this part. This is going to be so good. Oh, provider display name. Did I actually? Yeah, it doesn't know what some of these are. We're going to need to figure this thing out. But provider name. So I can take this whole thing, except for that. Oh, watch this. Watch this. UI provider config. Provider name equals Twitch chat. Health equals health, right? Cut that thing. Put it over here. Done. Rebuilding. And now I've got it wrapped up and we're going to put it in there. You're doing great, actually. Hey, that's awesome, Ubu Linux. So now, and it's got the little drop-down gimmick there. And there we go. All right. But I've got a standard look and feel here that I can roll out for each one of the configurations. Because I've kind of encapsulated everything, right? Yeah. So, this, we need to give it a way to specify the icon. All right, well, fine. Public string provider icon CSS class, something like that. So then this can become at, so it's being passed in, right? So now over here, right? Oh, watch this. BI slash, no. I think that's it. Oh. Oh. because we're doing the dynamic, we need to... shouldn't the admin nav be on the left of that page? Yes, I need to put the appropriate... I need to change the layout so that it is on the right one. You're right. Good catch. There we go. And it doesn't know the health status yet, but I do have the icon appropriate for Twitch. Cool. Let's make sure I have the appropriate layout for the providers page here, which is going to behave and have the same layout as like this one. So I've already got it written here as admin layout. So I just add, let's put it right there. And now it's got the admin layout. Nice. Good call, DGen1. Thank you for the help. I'm going to start the music playing again just because it's been a while. Much better. And I like having that groove in the background. Cool. So the status classes that were back there, let me go back over to here, and I should see this. Like, go get that. Just copy that whole enchilada. Then we'll put it right in here. No. This one. Return status, switch. There we go. Right, and this is a switch expression where it's going to do matching on that type, the status type, and it's going to return whatever the value is to the right of the fat arrow. Real nice, concise way to write your code, and you can really make this easier for our human eyes to read because C# is not space sensitive. So I can put extra tabs in there, make all the fat arrows line up so I can clearly see here's exactly what the values are. Why do I have BI there twice? Like, we can get rid of one of those. Right? And then if I go back over here, and it properly looks like, and it has that message being passed through. So if I look back at my original providers page, and I'm not saying this is the way to do it, but there was a description and then some status, and then a little bit of information that went with it. Let's copy that in. Do I really need a description to go with these? I don't think so. Right? I don't think I need that. Right? And this, I think we just need the caps. Yeah. Okay. And then there was a form. So if I just put a form, with a class P3 inside of it. Do I really need a form? I mean, could I just do that with a div? Right? Hey. All right. Not bad, right? I mean, for just putting together a little bit of code, copying it over, and I have that same configuration now available and hidden away from all my other all my other configuration providers, configuration UI. That's a lot of configuration. So what I should be able to do now, let's see if it'll generate some of these other ones for me. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Do it again. Do it again. Copilot for the win. Look at that. Right? Like, the values aren't saved yet. I still need to put the save button on it yet. But GitHub Copilot for the win. Let's go. Let's go. I like that. I like that a lot. Did I blow out? Did I blow out? No. I was going to say, I can't hear my voice. I can't hear my voice. Right? Opened a README file, just told chat to document your project. Are you kidding? That's cool. It's the volume of the mic. I think I blew out the compressor because it's nowhere near as loud as it was, and I think the compressor is reacting. Oops. So, yeah, I'm trying to put a little bit more heat back in my voice and test. Okay. Let's update that CSS. Sure, go ahead, do that one. I'm not opposed to that. What else do you want to do? No. Mm-hmm. Not bad. Not bad. I need a save button. And then I think we're ready to go. So if this is saving, right? If I'm going to put a save button at the bottom of this, I need to inspect the values above, do that validation, right? And I could do that validation a heck of a lot easier if I had an input view model that had the validation for these. Add property. Yes, do that. Come on. Sure. Required. And yes, give me that. Nope. Darn it. Using system component model data annotations. Good. Chatbot name is required. The OAuth token is required. Yep, we need to know where you're going. So now, right? On parameter set. View model. It was right there. Thank you. Come on, new it up for me. Yes! So then I could turn this into an edit form. Right? Yup. Save config? I don't know. Head down here, put that there. Yep, validation summary. And after each one of it needs to be, if I make that an input text, right? That still works. Yeah. Then I can do so good. Can it suggest that for the rest of these? Man. Dude. Come on. No, not going to do it for this one? Why doesn't it like that one? I thought that would work. Yep. So, do it again here. No! Where the heck did that come from? Yes. Dude. The Copilot. Right? Done. I'm adding validation with Copilot, no typing needed. Like, let's go. There it is. Format it, save it, rebuild it. Oh, got an error up there. Save config. Okay, yeah, I didn't write that method yet. So private async task save config. Right, that's not a thing yet, so we'll get it in there. Need the model dot on all the bind. You're probably right. What? Let's just copy all of that. That shouldn't be input text. Thank you. Don't need a type on that one. And don't need a validation message on it either. Just about there. Ba-ba. Nice. Nice. Okay. I need a button that's actually going to call the save operation. Yeah, I can't hear. It's like the compressor kicked in and just went nuts. Test, test, test. 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 Oh boy. Test. A little bit hot. Yeah, something happened that blew out the mic. Whoa. Yeah, when I shouted earlier, I blew out the mic. Ha ha! Pull that back a little bit. Test. Test, test. Yeah, it woke me up too. Woo! Okay. So I just need a button at the bottom of here to do the submit. Right? Right? On click. No. Where's the input type submit? Why am I forgetting this? No. Blazor edit form submit. Is it just button type equals submit? Yeah, button type equals submit. Sure. I'm just gonna grab that. Form? Nah, I don't need a form. Nee. Hot reload succeeded? Did it, though? Hey, thanks, Edge, but I don't need that right now. Save! So when I do call save, this is gonna be easy. I can just say, oh, I don't have the provider. I can't pass in an event handler. Oh no, maybe I could. An event callback. Ooh. That's going to be devious. Let's try it. Public event callback. It doesn't know what it's saving. But I've updated the parameters though. right? So what I could do here, right, this is on valid submit, so it's going to call save. Update the parameters from the view model. Give me some more of those. Keep suggesting that. Come on. Really? You don't know what those... This feels like the perfect thing that it should. Right? Right? I thought it was one. Bind value, I thought was two-way. It just doesn't trigger the events, I thought. So now it's going to call on save. So in my providers object over here, and it needs the iProvider configuration. What if we do this? Like, I could new up a new one of these and just jam values into it and return it. And make that... then it needs to know Twitch chat configuration. No, we don't want to pass that. Does it know? It knows what iProvider configuration is. So how do I abstractly say, hey, this is ready, and have it spin through the list of values on that component? Oh. right? So set configuration by key will set each one of those values appropriately. So it's not returning a provider configuration. Hey there, Code with Sean.
Code with Cian just resubscribed for 43 months. Hello.
Hello. Good to see you. Why doesn't it like that? Do this. Okay. I can reach into the social media providers, grab the configuration for it. Yeah. Why doesn't it like that? I need to do a lookup. Okay. Actually, I need just the provider config. Right, I can do that. Yup. So doing well, Code with Sean. Hello. Thank you so much for that support, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. If I return this as a dictionary of string objects. Because I'm passing arguments around here. Okay. Then I should... Hey, Torvik. What do I think of Mr. Tim Corey? Great guy. I've met him a couple times at various events. Great teacher. Yeah. Nice guy. Very smart. Has been building a very complete set of training videos on YouTube. So, okay, so I have the provider config So what I should be able to do I should be able to go through and set configuration by key. These should be string. And when it does set that value, right? It doesn't doesn't actually save it. Yeah. Show me where that's used. And that's the ID of the Twitch chat provider. So I have the provider. Oh, I had the provider. I don't. Do this. Don't need to await that. No. Okay. Yeah, in the arguments, really? No. Yeah. Set configuration by key, and then it's going to be config.key, config.value, and then save that setting. Nice. Okay. So if I go back to here, when I'm ready to save the config, new dictionary, string, which is actually, like, I'm copying stuff into a view model object so I can get validation. And then I'm going to copy it into a dictionary object so that I can return it. I'm doing the provider configuration screen so that I can activate Twitch chat and have it start flowing data for us. So, and I'm really close. Really? Actually, that's not. Oh boy. Provider.id. It's capital Twitch, not Twitch chat. Yeah. And then what? Add the properties of the view model of the model to the dictionary. Oh, come on. Oh, where are you, Copilot? Come on now. I don't want to type this. No. No. Keep going. Why isn't it adding it? No, it's Alt//. Add each of the properties model to the args dictionary. Thank you. Why doesn't it like that? Because on save should be like that. So now it should pass back that value. So now the provider configuration UI, rebuilding, but it should be done and pass that information back. Oh no. I shouldn't have needed. Okay, I need an anti-forgery token. Fine. Foo bar. Awesome bot. Foo bar buzz. Enabled save. Why are you doing this to me? This page is... I think it is static rendered. Yeah. Yes, please. It's going to make me restart. So what? For the forums and stuff like this that are admin side, I'm okay. In my mind, I'm okay with making them interactive server. Right. Foo bar, awesome bot. Foo bar buzz, yes. And man, I really should be doing this with Playwright. So, did it save? I don't know. Let's find out. Nope. Let's find out. Let's go to the database. Connect. My local container. Yes, please. It's not SQL Server. Yup. Cool. Is that where they are? No. I forget the name of my configuration table. System configuration. That one. No. Did not save. Why? Let's think this through. Should have gotten here. Parameters saved. So it's got the dictionary there. Come on now. Yep. Values are there. So back over here. I never added the save action. You're right. You're right. Nope. Parameters. Add. Right, on save. Save action. Oh, look at that. System func to type event callback. Can I do that as a new event callback? Receiver. This. Maybe. Maybe. I have no idea if that's going to work. And I got to force the reload because it does reflection and reflection on top of reflection with the hot reload. Feels bad, man. Okay, that looks promising. There's Twitch chat. Okay, okay. Here we go. Foo bar. Awesome bot. Foo bar Boz. Cleared out. What happened? Came back. Sequence contains no matching element. Providers. Line 80. Standby. Here. It's not display name. It's ID. Reload it. Here we go. Robert Tables! How are you doing, my friend? So good to see you. Seriously. I've known Robert Tables now for almost 6 years, but we have never met in person. There is going to come a day where we finally get to see each other in person, my friend. And I hope you're going to be wearing a flak jacket. Because, damn it, man, I am going to hug you and break ribs. All right? I'm just saying. Just saying. Let's see how this goes. Tommy, let me come back to your question in just a minute, all right? All right, I got you there. Awesome bot. Foo bar Boz. Yeah, sure, go. And it cleared out. Doesn't like it. Method or operation is not implemented. What? What? Are you... Set configuration by key, line 68. Set configuration by key, line 68. Yeah. It's that bit right there. Well, what did it... We should probably tell it what it was actually, you know, looking at here. Unable to set value for. No, I like what you, I like that. Yeah, say that. Here, let's put some quotes around that and make that look nice. Thank you, Copilot. You are so friendly. Hey there, Sleepy. Hello. What do we got here? Let me. So, good catch, Bramanovich. You also have a passport now, so don't even have to meet in the U.S. Could be Amsterdam or something. You voted today in the election and it wasn't easy? Always good to vote. Always good to vote. Yeah, let me, I think I have this now. And then we'll go to Tommy's question there. Awesome bot. Foo bar Boz. This save. Method or operation is not implemented, and you're not going to tell me what. On line 68. It's right there. You're supposed to like give me that message. Because you know that'd be nice. And I bet it's where the key does not equal provider name. Well, what other keys did I put in there? Client ID, client secret, chatbot name, OAuth token, channel name, enabled. Method or operation is not implemented. What is it? Let me go to this question from Tommy. What do I think of companies not allowing their developers to use any IDE they like? Here's the deal. some folks have contracts and they've purchased a site contract. They've purchased N number of seats of a certain IDE. Hey, we're a JetBrains Rider shop. We've purchased 20 licenses. We've only got 15 developers hired right now. You're one of the 5 that we're trying to place, and we have a JetBrains Rider contract for you. Oh, but I really want to use Visual Studio. Well, we don't have a contract for Visual Studio. We have licenses for Rider. So if you want to use an IDE, we have Rider. On the other side is you can also use one of the free editors as well. You're not going to be as productive as the full IDE with all the performance and measurements and tuning and memory leak investigation stuff. That's yours. What if you pay for it yourself? You can't buy a personal license. You're going to have to buy a corporate license, and you're going to need to put it in the name of your employer because you're not buying it for you. Like, you could. Nobody's going to come after you and say, oh, you paid for it in your name and not this name. If you brought your own license, somebody is going to validate that it's your license. But then you're going to have an issue with you're using your license on corporate machine. Or you're using your license and VPNing in to work with corporate IP and software. There's a heap of compliance issues if you are in a regulated industry. Finance, healthcare, right? Those are the 2 big ones off the top of my head. If you're in one of those regulated spaces, you're going to run into nastiness with your compliance officers. Like, literally, they're going to put your name on a list of people not to send a Christmas card to. Okay? You're not. Okay. If you're in some startup that's building things, you may run into compliance issues if they have a license if they have licenses that they purchased and contracts that they've signed with whoever their provider is. So it could be because they've got some sort of a status that they're maintaining. Hey, we're a Microsoft Gold provider. We're a JetBrains whatever. And like they're able to say that and get that promotion from that organization because they're telling the provider, hey, the software manufacturer, that hey, everybody uses your tools here, and we're able to give you great feedback on them, and so on and so forth. So I was very much in the same bandwagon when I was working for a couple of startups. I'm with you, Tommy, in that, well, you know what? I really liked, I had licenses that I purchased and I was using for, I forget what the tool was at the time. It was back in like 2002. And I really liked it. And, like, my employer got very frustrated with me, but they were a startup. So while they were frustrated with me, I was getting stuff done, and they kind of looked the other way. But I had to get like an exception from them. So I'm with you. Let me use the tools that make me most productive. However, yeah, there's another good example. I was working for a pharmaceutical company. Hey, Chuck.
Chuck Beasley just resubscribed for 17 months.
I was working for a pharmaceutical company, and I wanted to use SQL Server's ETL services. What they called it, SQL Server data services. I forget, but it was their ETL tool that came with Microsoft SQL Server, and you get it for free with Visual Studio because it's in the box. However, the database contract that pharmaceutical company had was with Oracle. So we literally had a tool that we purchased, we had available on our developer desktops that we could use to connect in and automate all kinds of extract, transform, and load processes. And that was all that I did for this company, this pharmaceutical company. And I couldn't because they had a contract with Oracle. It wasn't that I couldn't physically use the tool. The tool was there. I could hook it up and use it with whatever database I want that I had a provider for, and I had a provider for Oracle. Like, I could do that, but because of the Oracle contract, I wasn't allowed to. So I told you, yeah, Tommy, it is a nightmare. Do you just want to use JetBrains? And they'd like you to use Visual Studio. I hear you, and you need to play with their licensing, unfortunately, because of some of those things. To just put the final punctuation on that story about Oracle and using ETL tool. I literally wrote from scratch an ETL tool. Like, they wanted me to write an extract using ADO.NET for a new application for every time that we did this. So I wrote one and it took in an XML file, because XML is what we did in 2002, and that had, here's the configuration for how to do this extract and transform, and it had unit tests, it had scheduling built into it, all these things that literally I wrote from scratch because we couldn't use the tool that came from Microsoft. So Visual Studio is so bad, I am going to completely disagree with you, James, because I work on the product. So help me out. What's your problem? Because you're literally talking to somebody who works on the product. Like, I'm not going to light you up, but there's folks that use Visual Studio just as a code editor, and they're literally missing 90% of the functionality. Like, and then they complain, well, it's not a great code editor. Well, that's just it. It's not a code editor. That's what Visual Studio Code is. So, and yeah, that meeting isn't something I need to, it's an optional thing. So, right, it's just, and then folks say, oh, well, I like Rider better because it has a debugger. Well, I'll go back to, have you seen the debugger in Visual Studio? Like, 9 times out of 10, folks who've been in the industry for a while, comparing Visual Studio's debugger versus other debuggers in other tools, Visual Studio wins hands down. Refactoring and code suggestions? Okay, I'll give you that. And, right, JetBrains has been doing that literally for decades inside of Visual Studio with the ReSharper product, and they just lifted up everything and put them in Rider. Like, yeah. So I'm not going to say somebody doesn't know how to use the tool well, but I'm going to say there's a lot of stuff there that not everybody uses. So there's lots of options out there, and use what makes you happy. Like, that's part of what .NET is doing. Use what makes you happy. Do I know why Visual Studio always forgets NuGet password and username? It never forgets mine. Why is it forget? Where do you have it configured? I have mine saved in a file, and it works just fine. Let's see if this thing. Awesome bot. Foo bar baz. So I clearly get the error again. Enabled. Unable to set value for key. Enabled? fine. That's a nice bell and navel. Yeah, that's it. Foo bar bot. Foo bar buzz, yes. Save. Did it save it? No. Ooh, latest update. Didn't save the value, but why not? Oh, this is an awaitable. We need to await that. Yeah, look at all that. Oh, look at all that. Yeah. Wow. No, restart. Woo. For accessibility, Visual Studio Code wins hands down. Marcus, that means a lot coming from you. Thank you. Ed never disappoints. That's how Docker was born. Yep. Whenever someone opens it in our company, we'll just forget the username password for NuGet. You can save that in your NuGet config on your machine, and it should just carry that around. They might have a private NuGet configuration. Oh, and yeah, WSL stopped. Why did WSL stop? Like, that's why it didn't save. Did that finish? Sure looks like it. Yes, go reconnect. Thank you. Nice. Okay. So, rebuild. You're not going to rebuild for me. Control R should have just kicked off and restarted here. Yeah, folks have private NuGet feeds with internal components and standards and things that they share between projects. Makes perfect sense. So, and it's a really nice feature to NuGet to be able to do that. So, foo bar bot, foo bar buzz. Parameter saved. Tell me more. Yes! We got it! We got it! All right. Right, and there's my JSON. Format doc. Thank you. What? No. That's... It only saved enabled. ReSharper helps in Visual Studio. You don't like Visual Studio? That's fine. I'm looking for some of those things that you don't like. You feel the standard shortcuts in Visual Studio hard to use? You know there's... Right, like, there's more than just, like, okay, maybe you don't like Visual Studio. Maybe you like ReSharper's keystrokes. Cool, choose those. Like, these key maps are out here if you like those instead. You like VS Code? Fine, use VS Codes. My point is there's options. And hearing some of that feedback, right, is what helps us make the product better. When folks don't don't give us feedback and say, oh, I hate this. Okay, well, what's wrong? What don't you like? What can we do to improve that? And we're not told that, and this happens with any product. Like, so I'm not going to debate you and tell you that you're wrong for not liking it. You're welcome to not like it. But I want to make sure that we understand why folks don't like it, so that we can take those steps to improve. And maybe sometime in the future, we can improve it. Somebody was asking about Vim. Somebody asked about, hey, why aren't you in Neo Vim? Because I want to be productive. That's why. Like, so. Fall 2 Connect. Hello. Keyboard mapping UX needs some love in Visual Studio. No. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I need to stop. I'm a bit over, so I'm going to return that. But you're right. That user interface could definitely use some love. So this didn't actually save all the values. Like, this should have gone through and saved those values, and it didn't. I do need to wrap up. I have a meeting to get to. So let me wrap things up here. Oh, what the heck is this? Come on. Go to the sound effect. Where's the sound effect? We need the funny sound effect. There it is. So let me save where I am. But we're at a really good place here where we're going to be able to roll out user interface for all of the providers a little bit easier. So let me take a quick look. Yeah, look at all that stuff. Just add everything. I'm started work on provider admin UI. And that's available out there on what? Go ahead. Now push it. There we go. That's available out there on my GitHub if you want to take a look at the source code, if you want to send a pull request. I want to spend some time going through and wrenching on this today because I want to get this block done so that we can start using TagZap as we're building out some of these other features. Moderation is taking a long time because there's a bunch of capabilities on that screen that took us the better part of 3 or 4 weeks to build, to migrate from JavaScript to Blazor and C# and reintegrate it. Oh, Dukasoft, we can absolutely come back and do Notepad next time and troll the heck out of me. But for now, I need to call it a day. And get to some other things that are going on here. The new search function in Visual Studio is great. It is. Control Q to search through functionality. Control T, Control space. I forget what it is. Control comma to search through your code. Really, really great stuff. When you think of more, yeah. And James, it's strictly just an inquiry of interest. No pressure. You feel like Visual Studio hides a lot of what it does to set up Azure functions? Well, yeah, you can access logs of everything that it is doing. You can see the entire process that's out there. This is a very interesting bit of feedback that we get a lot on the .NET team. Oh, I hate the way .NET does this because it hides all that stuff. Well, okay, the source code is available and it outputs logs if you turn this up. Oh, well, I don't want to see all that stuff. Well, then, which one is it? Do you want to see the stuff or not see the stuff? Like, the source code is completely available for these things. You can go out there and dig into, and we run into that I don't like this magic thing that's going on from developers all the time. But as soon as they see it once, Here's what this does. Like, okay, I've signed off on it. It looks good by me. Like, really? The point is, the source code for a lot of these things are out there, and there is logging and middleware components that you can find. I will absolutely submit to you that the ability to access those logs as you're going through a process aren't as easily discoverable as they could be. But this is a fine bit of feedback that I'll check into and make sure here. So, there is not a way to test building GitHub Actions. That's something I've been vocal about that is quite painful. Quite painful. So, we'll see. There's no way to do that with Azure DevOps either, to test continuous integration scripts. I think there's just a gap in general on testing continuous integration scripts. Whether it's Azure DevOps, it's GitHub Actions, it's GitLab, what do they call it, pipelines, or TeamCity build scripts, they all have the same problem. It is really hard to build and test locally a integration script. It just is. And I don't think anybody has a good solution to it. Like, there's a thing. So, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate everybody joining us. Let me take a look and see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network out there. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. I've got a bunch of other videos, previous episodes down below and over on the side here. Oh my gosh, the ASP.NET community stand-up is going on. And it looks like our friends, yeah, there's a .NET Aspire update over there with our friends Damian Edwards, David Fowler, and the John Galloway. Let me put together the raid call, and we are going to raid into the Visual Studio channel as they're talking about .NET Aspire. That's our new framework for building distributed applications and getting all the pieces together nicely to deploy and manage your applications. Thank you so much for joining us. Those of you on YouTube, check it out over on youtube.com/.net. You'll find the same video that we're headed to. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to take you over there in just a few seconds. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Wherever you are, whatever code you might be writing, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.